Namaskar, good morning, good day. I'm speaking from Faridabad, Bharat, India, to all my friends wherever they are involved regarding current issues. This is 19th June 2020, June 19, 2020, another day of criticality in life in connection with COVID-19, which is very critical now, and also management issues, engineering management, construction management, quality, and contracts. Daily talk. Maybe you are happy with this or you are not happy with it, I can't say. But I'm doing my duty. It's up to you to respond to this or receive this or not to receive this. I am in interest of this country's quality, and also that our engineers, our common people must understand what is all this about. Life moves on and on and on, and world moves on and on and on. But movement is sufficient only when it is practical, it's authoritative, it's certain, not in imagination, not in air. It should be on ground, where important issue, and people should understand what I'm talking of. And just talking is also not efficient. I have to give it to public what the public wants. So this is COVID issue. Very small talk today. COVID-19, SARS COVID. Whatever reports are coming in from various corners of world, that it's working very fast and successfully so far. It's successful so far. There's no problem with COVID-19, but all problems with the public of world. Every day something happening, something news is coming, and some news comes in every day regarding COVID. You give new feedback, but its logics, what behind, how it came, what happened to this, are all uncertain. In fact, which is point of worry, domain of worry to whole world, that this secret is still secret, and I think won't be revealed soon what exactly happened. Every day I'm getting news that so many cases in Saudi Arab, so many cases in Oman, so many cases in Kuwait, so many cases in UAE, so many cases in China, Beijing. Now it's coming from Beijing also, main news. It is another center of COVID-19, and it actually made China worried. In fact, internally speaking, they are very much worried people now, because they had declared China free of this lot. And also from all over the world, some news are coming, some news are not coming, depending on chances. Very small, very ignorable news are coming from USA. I think that people have been used to it, and they are no more interested in news regarding COVID, because they are interested in economy redevelopment, which will take time, but they want to develop economy in couple of months, which is not possible. When you break something is broken, it takes time to reconnect that. That's an engineering principle. Means life has broken, societies have broken, economies have broken in past 4 or 5 months. And when you construct something, it takes time. When you break something, it takes a few moments. So if your economy was constructed, upgraded in so many decades and centuries, and it is broken just now, in a couple of months, a couple of weeks, so demolish like a demolition, economy has been demolished all over. So they may imagining that we are coming back to the same point, but they are in doldrum. No one is coming to that point. Millions of people have lost their jobs. It's not easy to get them jobs. Airlines are out of job, public is out of job, jobs from offices are whole, jobs from sites are whole. So it's completely, a jungle of no jobs. It's a forest where jobs are not available. Whole world practically has been converted to forestry. Maybe you people don't understand what I'm saying, but this is a fact. The forest has been covered. Life has been eliminated. Life has been eliminated. That's a fact, and we should not forget. Life is life. It's been eliminated by COVID-19, which is a big gun, big cannon for world. We do not value it in time, and still people are not clear what this theory, what this scheme, what this design, behind COVID. So every day we talk that, but we can't conclude something. Only point is that there is no deficiency left by GCC governments and other governments to take care of this. Even Egypt, there's a problem, and Africa, there's a problem, and even Philippines and other countries. In our country, Bharat, India, it's expanding very fast, very rapidly. So we are not getting news, correct news, reliable news, but it seems that the news are being censored, are being hidden. We are a country of 130 crores people, or you can say 1300 million people. So even if 25% are infected, you can say, I'm not saying 25% casualties at 25%, because we are a big country, thickly populated cities we have. We don't have a luxurious lifestyle everywhere except in metropolitan international cities like Delhi, Bombay. Even Bombay is not free from congestion. Delhi is not free from congestion. So we expect at least 20% people impacted by this. Maybe news are not coming in, those who are not coming out for their treatments, and there's no test being conducted according to requirements. Government is hiding, public authorities are hiding won't solve any question, any problem. We have to come out and open and tell, yes, we have so many infections, but we are not announcing because we have no such arrangements or infrastructure to handle with all that. But that's no solution to hide something. It doesn't really solve it. Hiding will augment its problem only to further steps. So public and government must think, I don't rely on government because government is baseless, means it is no infrastructure, but effect is on public. Effect goes to public. Public has to be smart in this way. But public, I have seen people, I sometimes get angry when I'm walking on road, I see people just sitting and talking to each other without maintaining any social distance, whether using any mask on their face or glasses on their face, just sitting and not worried about anything. If you ask them, I met many places, many people, I asked them, is Corona not existing here? Is this place Corona free? They were smiling. No, we are just talking to each other. They are interested in talking to each other more valuable than preventive measures to be taken. See, what's the difference in this common sense of people? They don't want to help themselves. So I'm not blaming government here, because government cannot stay everywhere, but public has to have to take self-interest. As well, they should take precautionary measures. Everybody knows what precautionary measures are, but yet they are not. They're sitting one by one, they want to adjust it to each other and talking without using any, and even if they have masks, it's hanging somewhere, or lips are closed, nose is not closed. So there is no meaning left of using masks. But who can explain to them? They are public, the least bother. If I tell them, they don't listen to me, what action can I take? That's very important point we must understand. So I think whole world is getting mad. Public in common is getting mad every day. It may be USA, it may be England, it may be Bharat, it may be other country. They are getting mad. There's the news that so many thousands of people are fined in UAE. Okay, fine is fine, you are imposing fines on them, but shall it solve problem? Even if they don't understand, they are ready to risk their lives, means fines won't solve problem. Even if you fine, means okay. But question is why they are not taking interest in this precautionary measure. What's the reason behind that? The reason is confusion. Reason is confusion. Really, they think COVID has no more. That's image is being introduced because you are opening markets so fast. People think the disease has gone. This message is going negatively. People think because lockdown is out now, there's no lockdown, so problem is over, because everybody cannot analyze, everybody cannot remain in contact with news dedicatedly. There's some time after 40 hours, they read 10 minutes, 15 minutes they watch TV or they read newspaper, and that news becomes old, so old that obsolete, you can say. What's happening, they do not know, and then they take it lightly. Okay, so many people are infected, no problem. Because when once there was might be time in started disease by very important people are affected, but now millions have been affected, no problem. It's common now. but only those who are affected, they know, their family members know, their relatives know what this disease is. And then they become in tension, they become under stress and strain, very much strain and stress once some of your family members is infected. Then you can understand difference between isolation and quarantine. You understand difference between disease and no disease state. So we are in that situation where public is mixed up. All public, I'm not saying our public, all public around world, they are mixed up. And news comes so fast that news remain but no education. Education, how to educate people to know about this, that is missing. Rather than educating public, you impose fines. You think you will solve problems? No. You will add problems. There are no volunteers, there are no staff, there are no one from government or from state or from police or from health working or from others who can teach public what they should do, what they should not do. And you tell someone you do this, you keep off from each other. They listen to you, surprisingly, what nonsense is talking of. Who is he to tell me that? The point goes to that one. Yes, economy is good for you, but economy is good for you only if you are living, if you are happy. And if you have to leave this world due to COVID, then what's the meaning of economy for you? There's a news that about 40% those who are having diabetes are really risky in COVID, because 40% statistics says 40% those who are having diabetes have left or they are in trouble. So diabetic patients have to take their care. Patients having hypertension, patients having some other kinds of obesity disease, patients having cancer, all those chronic patients, they must take their care. And I would ask all those youth who are very happy to diet. I am dieting, everybody says. Why are you dieting? What's the purpose? If you don't have resistance in your body, what shall you get by dieting? You don't want to take milk, you don't have good food, you just don't diet, keep on dieting. Dieting for what? For whom you are dieting? Your body is strengthless. You have no power in your body. You are saying, I'm dieting for what? So all these points are very critical at this stage. We have got depressions everywhere. Almost more than 50% public on an average around world has been under depression due to COVID, because there is uncertainty everywhere. What shall happen? How shall we get our jobs back? How shall I move? Many have committed suicides because they are under loans and jobs are over and they can't pay back. So these points we must understand very well. Youth is very important factor in every economy. But youth itself is confused. No certainty in future. Uncertainty cannot leave you to eat peacefully, sleep peacefully, and they are not, because they are not in concentration mode. They are in depression mode. They cannot think of future. They cannot improve their knowledge. Until your mind is set, you cannot enhance level of your knowledge. You cannot improve your skill. That's also true, because you say your future is uncertain. Well, I like to brief you on this. I don't want to talk a lot, because you know everything, what's happening around. COVID has managed well. Its acts were dictated to it by Almighty. I would say that I would not say this is virus-like or this is something like that. I won't say that. I would say this is an order by Almighty to teach public a good lesson. But I think It's also equal to impossible that public can learn. Few learn, few do not learn, few take care, few ignore. This is the nature of human being. Because until you suffer, pain you cannot know. I think that's very hard statement I am making. You don't care if somebody else dies. If you die, your family member die, then only you care means what it was. I could not understand. So I hope that everybody will find, and I am also sure that death, casualties or fatalities in this, these are very, very low in percentage. I think not even half percentage, 0.5 percentage. If you take real number of cases, not official announcement, if you take real number of cases of infection, I don't think we should worry from that point of view, except in rare cases, where it's like news says 40% diabetic people were there involved in that. So there's already who are having their having their chronic diseases. They are prone to this disease to be impacted upon, and others may be impacted upon, but not to a level where life is at risk. I would simply say take your care, don't run away. Don't run away from responsibility. This is for all. And I'll jump onto management, management, management and quality. Management and quality I written by hand because I think sometimes we do natural work rather than jumping onto computer for everything. Management and quality, it is very important wording, as I said many times. I explained to you. Organization and quality, actually it is. Management means manage and manage, but not manage in administrative management. I'm talking of engineering management. I'm talking of technical skills management. I'm talking of project management. This project management lies everywhere in life in some form or others. It's like that, management of quality. And after that, I will go to concrete. After that, concrete, which is that slide I'm just showing to you. This concrete, I'll go after that. Concrete, I'll go after that. And if time permits, after that, I'll go to then FIDIC. FIDIC, I'll go to after that. FIDIC, these three programs today. 2017. Now I'm jumping onto management quality. It's now a brief discussion because it's management only that can help you to understand what is life and what's no life. So come on guys, now we discuss management. Management, we say, I again say, this is the obsolete term. It should be organizational work. There is no management actually, it's all organization. Each activity is organized, group of activities are organized, life is organized, everything organized, and a successful organization is a successful instance. If you organize successfully, that's best way of management, and that's a very important point. So life is full of risks, life is full of opportunities, life is full of attacks, and life has to be brought back to safety levels. Management or organizations may say everybody has to involve somewhere. You cannot say when you are on some assignment, you are somewhere in hierarchy of your organization, and what that organization tells you, where do you stand, that's best part. That's where you have to understand not only about you have to understand about everybody. Because your job, yes, you have to do your job, but others' job you should know what they have to do, because after all, you have to interconnect with each other. And if there's no interconnection or intercoordination with each other, your organization collapses, it doesn't work. You may call it organization management, doesn't work because everybody has to move together, to reach whatever your goal is. If you say no, I don't move with you, I think you are in wrong boat. You don't see everybody has a responsibility, but that responsibility is not alone. That responsibility is linked to others as well, and that's where life lies in. So if somebody tells me you do on your own, I can't say I can't do on my own because life doesn't permit me that. I am linked to someone, otherwise you cannot move alone. You can move alone on some restrictions, not everywhere. Even if your boss, suppose you are a boss in your company, you are not independent. Why I was talking like this? Tell me which boss is independent. If there are no juniors, there are subordinates, and there are no limitations, can that boss work? That boss is also bound by some qualifications, bound by some procedures, bound by some limitations. So is that. You cannot say I am alone, I am independent. Nobody is independent in this world. Yes, you can be independent in your own, for your own home. If you are alone, if you have wife, you have kids, then you are also not independent. If you are living bachelor status, okay, fine, I can agree to some extent you are independent. Even in your family, you are not independent. You have to depend on someone. You cannot take your own decisions because your decisions relate to lives of your wife, your kids, your family, your father, your mother, your brothers and sisters. So you can say, if you move like, no, I have to decide, don't talk, don't interfere in decisions. That stage is very bad actually. That stage cannot allow you to run your organization in a fruitful way or in a cohesive way. If somebody says, no, I am everything, I think somewhere something is wrong in that mind because we are not everything everywhere. I have some responsibility, you have some other responsibility, someone has some other responsibility. Life moves like that. Even there are 200 countries in the world and they are not dependent. No country is dependent. Every country is independent directly or indirectly from other countries. Life moves like that. So if organization is altogether different, means you have to link to others, and when you link to others means you are not independent. You are dependent on good points and bad points both, You have to buy or procure something somewhere, you have to sell something somewhere, your client is someone else, your contract is someone else, you are someone else. It's all that. So organization means you have to chart out your role, you have to chart out role of others, and then you have to pin your role to that one, and that body has to pin, and then move together. Of course, you have to do your job, and if you do better than that, you can do other job also. You can do. If you have confidence, you are strong one, but it should be positive, not for gains of money that I get promotion. Don't violate rights of others. Yes, opportunity is there. That opportunity is, should be positive, optimistic, not to damage others. So if I can do something, this doesn't mean I'm doing something so the other get lost. Or no, it's not that. You can teach others. That's important. If you have a teaching faculty in you, don't say the university faculty itself. Also, if you have own faculty in you, you can teach others. Your associates, your juniors, even your seniors. They can learn from your experience, from your knowledge. Nothing wrong with that. It means learning can be transferred from anybody to anybody who's a professor. It doesn't matter your boss. If you have something, it's called sharing income to or share with each other. Sharing doesn't mean who shares with whom. It doesn't relate to age of person. It doesn't relate to status of a person. So my thing is little like that, means you have to organize your own. You learn from others if you think they are competent enough. They are not copying and teaching, they are copying and pasting. Copy and pasting learning is very dangerous because you are not sure about it first of all, and If somebody does it, means you have to be careful to adopt that. You have to scrutinize home. And when you scrutinize home, means you can do it yourself. Why to depend on that person? You know, you can go and do yourself. Don't depend upon that sharing, because sharing, if it's done by them ordinarily, it's fine. If I share somebody who shares from further, I don't depend, because then it's only chain copying, and it's not knowledge sharing. Chain copying is something else. It's a, if you're a part of chain copying, it is this nonsense actually. Means you're not understanding. If you're going through that, what matters the substance is there. We're going to analyze that and start find the sharing. Okay, let's share. That's why I think means when you are qualified, you are educated, your limitations, you have professional work or common general work. You may work in whatever position, doesn't make a difference. You may work in an administrative position or political position or engineering position or whatever contracting position. You can work anywhere, doesn't make a difference at all. Because work is work. It doesn't make a difference. It doesn't make you a small or big. You are responsible. Your work is responsible. Your responsibility is liability. It's liable. It's accountable. It involves finances. It involves discipline. It's all development. This involves, and it involves so many factors. You can say you are your own role model. No need of selecting some role for the work. So my position little varying in this case. What I understand by management is not what people understand by management. Management is organization is. Even if you are managing a small project or you manage a very mega project, you manage your country or you manage your government, you manage anything. You should have understanding of that. If you can, this is conventional. If you think, again I say, thinking is very important part of life. Thinking, I can say, is God gift. If you can think, you can research. If you can think, you can find mistakes. If you can think, you can write. If you can think, you can do whatever you want. Here, thinking means not thinking itself in verb. It is concentration. Concentrate, and concentrate. Because when you concentrate on one issue, and that issue takes you so many other issues which link to it, and then you, rather than taking only on concentration, you will take on decentralization from that concentration, and concentration pull all those sequences from all decentralized points. You have widened yourself, you have spread yourself. Maybe my point's not clear to many, I know, but no problem, clear or not clear. I cannot tell you in every language what I'm talking of, because that's not possible. Maybe my English is not convincing to you also. But point be clear, that's more important. If points are clear, you can get what I'm saying. So management of project is not a joke. Don't take it as it is done. You think yourself what I should do. If you are in a responsible position or in whatever position you are, you can add to existing management or existing organization until you have no authority of your own. And if you are your authority, you can handle that organization with changes. You can add to that whatever you want. That's up to you. Nothing wrong in that. And I usually do that. I explained to you also before that I have certain principles in my career, my life, how I manage, that one should stick to one things about. And my as I said before, that system management or organization is a system actually. There are hundreds and thousands of systems and management quality depending, maybe your system there, but even if it's not there, it doesn't make a difference, because your system is yours, and if it's working successfully, you can explain your system and it works efficiently, proactively, and with value addition. If you compare to other systems, then your system is also system. Is a reliable one, it's a factual one, it's operative one. If you have that, you can claim that's your system, you can move it, you can use it, you can modify it. And if you don't have your own system, then you have to go to some other system. You have to move in system devised by others. So that's also not bad, as far as you are not handling that system, somebody else handling. But when you have an opportunity to handle that system also, under which you are working, then you can make changes to that also. It doesn't matter. as far as works better than working before. But don't add imaginary changes. Imaginary changes got no meaning. Practical changes, okay, fine. You can add practical changes. Don't add imagination, because imagination cannot be a system. Yes, it can be an art. It can be a part of system. Until you prove it, you use it, you justify it. Don't add to your system. That doesn't work in your favor. So I will not talk much on system. I'll get you to what I said. Concrete, I was talking yesterday. Concrete. I'll jump onto concrete again. Concrete. This is in relation to Qatar, state of Qatar, concrete QCS. Qatar civil specifications. This concrete, section 5 of Qatar civil specifications. I have talked at length on this, and I'll take further some time on this today, followed by FIDIC, and let me see how it moves. I don't take much time because I'm shortcutting time for COVID and all this, because technical points are more important for development rather than just talking. So I am going to open now for you. This is concrete and Qatar section 5. Alright, this is concrete and opening, and I'll reach page 100 of this, because this where I think I stopped yesterday, and that's where so we talked of tolerances, something like that. We completed tolerances, reloading, and we completed formwork also. We completed shore, curing, yes, curing we were doing, and then I think we had done some curing, right? I think I remember that. So now curing, I think we should go to other one, curing of unformed sources. So I should say this was done. Mass concrete also we did. So reinforcement, I think we were doing reinforcements also. Within the reinforcement, we did all that. Yes, I did that. You did that with me. So which one is actually, I don't remember. Yes, it's teaching reinforcement. Reinforcing materials we talked of. Welded steel fabric we talked of. Inspection, supplying and testing. So we'll do this one. So we'll start here on reinforcement. So reinforcing material we are taking, because disaster handling. So I start reinforcing. I had taken, so I'll take, maybe it overlaps last discussion, does not matter. Some overlapping is understood, applicable. So I again start from here. That is section 5 reinforcing 11 requirement. Alright, so I'll speak of this index first. Means what index is about. It says general point is, already I talked, but I'm just refreshing it so that I also remember you what we talked, what think of that. That's also a very important point. And let me close this file, which is 55, and instead of sitting here again. Okay. So it's genres of scope, references, submittals, quality, assurance, delivery, storage and handling, reinforcing materials, reinforcing bars, welded steel wire fabric, tie wires, and inspection, sampling and testing, sampling, testing, cutting and bending of reinforcement, fixing of reinforcement, general welding, mechanical splices, bunding and splicing of bundled bars, examination, electrolytic action, cover, reinforcement, forms and linings, tanking, adjustments and cleaning, and protective coatings to reinforcement, epoxy coating, reinforcement bars, handling of epoxy coated reinforcement, testing of epoxy coated reinforcement, and then reinforcement. Now I say reinforcement general. Now what? It's also we have discussed, but don't follow. It will take 5 minutes only to refresh that. This part includes tension, compression, and temperature reinforcement steel, temperature reinforcing steel, including welded wire fabric and epoxy coated reinforcement. Work includes furnishing, fabrication, and placement of reinforcement for cast in place concrete, including bars, welded wire fabric, and ties and supports. Related sections and parts are as follows. This section, part 16 miscellaneous and part 17 structural precast concrete. Now references are as shown before. This is ASTM A416M, standard specification for steel strands uncoated 7 wire for prestressed concrete. ASTM 615M, standard specification for deformed and plain carbon steel bars for concrete requirement. Specification for low alloy steel deformed, low alloy steel should be something wrong, low alloy steel deformed bars for concrete reinforcement. ASTM is 706, ASTM A881M, standard specification for steel wire deformed, stress relief or low relaxation for pre-stressed concrete railroad ties. And then there is ASTM 882M, standard specification for filled epoxy coated 7 wire pre-stressing steel strand. Then ASTM A955M 14, standard specification for deformed and plain stainless steel bars for concrete reinforcement. ASTM A1022M 14A, standard specification for deformed and plain stainless steel wire and welded wire for concrete reinforcement. And then ASTM A1035M, deformed and plain low carbon chromium steel bars for concrete reinforcement. And BS4449 2005, specification for carbon steel bars for reinforcement of concrete, and that's very top high quality. BS4449 2005 and BS4482 2005, specific for cold reduced steel wire for reinforcement of concrete. And BS4483 2005, this is steel fabric for reinforcement of concrete. And BS5896, the specification for high tensile steel wire and strand for pre-stressing of concrete. And BS8666, specification for scheduling, dimensioning, bending and cutting of steel reinforcement for concrete. And BS8666, welding specification for scheduling, dimensioning, bending and cutting of steel reinforcement for concrete. Again I am telling you, BS8666, specification for scheduling, dimensioning, bending and cutting of steel reinforcement for concrete. And then EN1011, this is welding recommendation for welding of metallic materials. And EN1992-1-1042, design of concrete structures, general rules and rules for buildings. ISO 14654, epoxy coated steel for reinforcement of concrete. And ISO 14656, epoxy powder and sealing material for coating of steel for reinforcement concrete. And then it is ISO 3766, construction drawings, simplified representation of concrete reinforcement. And ISO 9000, quality management system, fundamentals and vocabulary. And then QS ISO 6935-12007, steel for reinforcement of concrete. Part 1, plain bars. Then QS ISO 6935-2 2007 and steel for reinforcement of concrete part 2 bars, and QS ISO 6935 and QS ISO 5, this is ISO 69353-7 steel for reinforcement of concrete part 3 welded fabric. Alright, now submittals. We are talking of submittals. Product data including manufacturers. I'm surprised. It's 33 degrees now. I'm sitting. 33. You don't have this temperature in summer, winter daytime. It's 33 at this moment. At one point I was telling you that when I'm drinking hot water, I feel relaxed. I feel thirsty, but I feel relaxed. There is something in my stomach. That's also a true fact, it's a faction. So let go for some time to relax. And products, what are some products? The summit is, why these people are sending for nothing, wasting time. I have fed up with this people. Product data, submittals, we call them submittals, and product data including manufacturer specifications and installation or instructions for proprietary materials. Proprietary materials, I think proprietary versus where is a patented one, or you say you cannot copy that one, you cannot reproduce that one. That's called proprietary material. And reinforcement accessories shall be provided now. Contractor shall submit manufacturer's records of chemical and physical properties of each batch of billet steel. Billet steel, bars. Billet steel bars, and certificate that respective material furnished meets requirements for steel reinforcing specified. Manufacturer's records shall include certificates of mill as well as analysis, tensile and bend tests of reinforcement. 3 copies of steel test report shall be furnished with each consignment of steel so it says that where was okay, this no problem at all. Now, manufacturer's record shall include certificates of mill as well as analysis and bend tests of reinforcement. 3 copies of steel test report shall be furnished, and with each consignment of steel reinforcement. Okay, 3 copies is submit now. 3 copies of steel test report shall be furnished with each consignment of steel reinforcement. Steel shall be tagged and cross-referenced with mill certificates. Quality assurance. Contractor shall submit to engineer for source approval details of proposed source of supply of reinforcement. Details shall include chemical and physical tests for past 6 months, production and any and whatever independent test results for this period. Details of quality assurance procedures or requirement procedures, including ISO 9000 compliance if held, shall also be given. Alright, now so think is in the practically destroyed. No problem at all. We move further. It's feeling a little hard today. Now, let's say test results have been retained by contractor for 7 years. That's the important point is because of quality assurance, quality requirements, certificate of compliance shall state that representative samples of epoxy coated steel bars have been tested. It's regarding contractual furnace engineer with certificate of compliance for each shipment of epoxy coated bars. Epoxy coated bars, remember I'm talking a different item. Epoxy coated bars. Certificate of compliance shall state that a representative samples of epoxy coated bars have been tested and that test results comply with requirements herein specified. Test results shall be retained by contractor for 7 years. Well, test results shall be retained by contractor for 7 years. A complete set of test results shall also be handed to client at completion of reinforcement works and shall be made available to engineer upon request. So now delivery, storage and handling, that's very important point, which is actually point of dispute with my how to deliver and handle. Alright, now delivery, storage and handling. On delivery, bars in each lot shall be legibly tagged by manufacturers. Tag shall show manufacturer's manufacturer's test number and lot number and other applicable data that will identify material with certificate issued for that lot of steel. Fabricator shall furnish 3 copies of a certification which shows that batch number of numbers from which each size of bar is shipment was fabricated. Now storage of reinforcement, which is very important part, shall be on surface structures suitable structures, a minimum of 450 mm above ground surface, prevent damage and accumulation of dirt, rust and other deleterious matters. Storage facilities shall be such as to permit easy access for inspections and running behind. Now, what we say, the storage of reinforcement in suitable structures as a 450 mm above ground surface to prevent damage and accumulation of dirt, rust and other deleterious matter. Storage facilities shall be such as to permit easy access for reinspection and identification. Reinforcement bundles shall be clearly tagged with bar schedule and bar mark references. I'll just show you reference again. Now we'll go further, say, and identification requirements bundles shall be clearly tagged with bar schedule and bar mark. Now, reinforcement shall not be roughly handled. Point is, shall not be roughly handled, dropped from a height, or subject to shock loading or mechanical damage. The steel reinforcing bars shall be kept clean and shall be free from pitting, loose rust, mill scale, oil, grease, earth, paint or some other material which may impair bond between concrete and reinforcement. Now we will go reinforcing materials. See, it also says the reinforcement shall be covered to ensure protection from wind, blown dust, condensation and other deleterious materials. So we have to cover. Now reinforcing materials, let us say reinforcement shall be from an acceptable source. All steel reinforcement bars shall comply with requirements of QS ISO 6935 with minimum grade of B500 MPa or BS 4449 with minimum grade of B500 MPa or ASTM A615 A615M with minimum grade of 75 or 75 520 MPa or deformed and plain low carbon chromium steel bars for concrete reinforcement ASTM A1035 and then ASTM this is ASTM 1022 dot oblique A 1022M 14A standard specification for deformed and plain stainless steel wire and welded wire for concrete reinforcement. ASD and A955 A955M14 standard specification for deformed and plain stainless steel bars for concrete reinforcement. Other types of reinforcement as approved by Qatar standards now. Let's now see this nonsense people they are ready. What this nonsense people are, they don't understand anything. What this nonsense like that? No shame to them. So as you know, per project, per project design, other steel grades of less than B500 MPa may be used only for struts and secondary reinforcement of diameter of 10 mm or less. What it says, per design, other steel grades of less than B500 MPa may be used only for struts and secondary reinforcement of diameter of 10 mm or less. If steel has excessive surface rust, that's the big point. If steel has excessive surface rust, dust or other deleterious material, then steel shall be sandblasted. Sand for blasting shall not contain materials deleterious to durability of reinforcement or concrete. Dune sand shall not be used for sandblasting of reinforcement. If steel has if steel has excessive surface dust, or the same thing I said before, sand for blasting shall not be used to develop shall not contain materials that will just to deleterious to durability of reinforcement of concrete. Dunes shall not be used for sandblasting of reinforcement. For extreme exposure class X5 protection measures such as epoxy coated bar, low carbon chromium steel bars or stainless steel may be considered. Now welded steel wire fabric. So we talked of this also, but I am refreshing. Welded steel wire fabric. You must have seen this fabric kind of mesh and rolled in long quantities, the big quantities, and transported. And this is steel fabric reinforcement. We call it WWF, welded wire fabric or steel wire fabric. The steel fabric reinforcement shall comply with requirements of US ISO 6935-3 or BS 4483 and shall be delivered to site in flat mats. Wood intersection, welded intersection shall not is spaced more than 300 mm for plain round bars and 400 mm apart for deformed high bars. In direction of calculated stress except when used as struts. Now tie wire. So, tie wire. Tie wire shall conform to requirement of BS 4482. BS 4482 is 1.6 millimeter black, 1.6 millimeter black annealed mild steel shall be used for wire. Black annealed 1.6 black annealed mild steel shall be used for tie wire. No wires smaller than size D4 shall be used. This is for fabric. Now, no wires smaller than D4 shall be used. Now, inspection, sampling and testing. Inspection of reinforcing steel and installation thereof will be conducted by engineer. Contractor shall give 24-hour notice to engineer before closing forms or placing concrete. You got it. Contractor shall give 24 hours notice to engineer before closing forms or placing concrete. Engineer may instruct contractor to break out and remove completely all sections of work already constructed under any of following circumstances. Why? Okay, engineer may instruct contractor to break out and remove completely all sections of work already constructed under whatever of following circumstances. Let us see what are these. Reinforcement steel sample under test fails to meet specification requirements at any time. Then you see informal steel sample under test fails to meet the specification requirements at any time. Engineer considers that samples which were presented to him of test were not truly representative. A previously rejected reinforcement steel has been used in works and previously rejected reinforcement steel has been used. That could be a possibility, though it's not done, but it's a possibility. And sampling, sampling means how to sample. So there are three ways in this. The engineer may instruct contractor to break out and remove completely all sections of work already constructed under any following circumstances. Reinforcement steel sample under test fails to meet specification requirements of work already constituted or constructed under any of following circumstances. First is reinforcement steel sample under test fails to meet specification requirements, and engineer considers that samples which were presented to him for test were not truly representative, and previously rejected reinforcement steel has been used in works. Now sampling, what is sampling? We have to understand this point. Sampling, sampling. Representative samples of all reinforcing steel proposed for use in works must be submitted by contractor before work is commenced to engineer for his written approval. Manufacturer certificate starting and stating clearly each sample. Manufacturer certificate stating clearly for each sample. Place of manufacture. Place of manufacture, expected date and size of deliveries to site. All relevant details of composition, manufacture, strength and other quality of steel. Again, place of manufacture, expected date and size of deliveries to site. All relevant details of composition, manufacture, strength and other quality of steel. Engineer reserves right to sample and inspect reinforcement steel upon its arrival at work site. Frequency of sampling and method of quality control shall be in accordance with steel bars manufactured standards QS ISO 6935 or BS 4449. Where epoxy coated steel is used, a sample of coating materials shall be supplied with each batch in an airtight container and identified by batch number. Now, coating material, that is, now we go to testing of testing, hot. I know it's that. Let me put some. Just a minute, please. I think I got some. I put some water on my legs. Wait a minute, please. How much it is? So let me see. So far, 99% available here. What's available here? Good morning, Mr. Chaudhary Raju. Welcome. Thank you very much. I don't see your name. I think I find in many locations here. I hope you are fine. And your videos, you can, okay, fine, that's okay. So testing, let me just convert this. Testing, it's very hot. Alright, so it is. Test shall be carried out when directed by engineer. Test shall be carried out in accordance with QS ISO 6935 or BS 4449. Following information shall be provided with each delivery of reinforcement. Elastic limit, ultimate strength, stress strain curve, cross-sectional area, deformation, bond, characteristics of deformed bars. These are main. Elastic limit, ultimate strength, stress strain curve, this young models, cross-section area and deformation, bond, characteristics of deformed bars. Contract shall allow for dimensions and weight measurement, tensile band or reband test at own cost for each size of bar to be used in concrete construction. Test results for each bar size shall be submitted to engineer 3 weeks before concrete work commences on site. Full testing shall be required if source of supply of reinforcement changes, in which case cost of such extra testing shall be borne by contractor. When test results do not conform to relevant standards, reinforcement steel shall be removed from site and all costs resulting therefrom shall be borne by contractor. Cutting and bending of reinforcement. Cutting and bending of reinforcement. Cutting and bending of reinforcement shall be in accordance with ISO 3766 or BS 8666 and shall be done without application of heat. Band shall have to have a substantially constant curvature. Bands shall have a substantially constant curvature. For epoxy coated steel, provisions of clause 116 of this part shall apply. Steel bars. Now I repeat, because this is cutting and bending is an important point, because quality comes only from if metal is fine from cutting, bending and placing. This is very important activity in construction of all infrastructure and buildings. How we cut, place and this fabrication in very Now steel bars. So cutting and bending of reinforcement shall be in accordance with, as I said, BS 48666 and ISO 3766 and shall be done without application of them. Cutting and bending of reinforcement is very important point. Clearly, as I explained that if it is mistaken, you cannot repair it. It's very delicate work, cutting, bending and placing. For that, drawing should be clearly understood, and you can take out dimensions from drawings. It is not good. Take out from center to center points, columns, and whatever they are. And this grid should match with column grids. It's also important. Cutting and bending of reinforcement shall be in accordance with, as I said before, whatever codes are there. Fixing of reinforcements. Now it says steel bars manufactured according to approved ASTM standards shall be bent according to same standard. Reinforcement shall not be straightened or rebent without approval of engineer. Shall not be straightened or rebent without approval of engineer. If permission is given to bend projecting reinforcement, care shall be taken not to damage concrete and to ensure that radius is not less than minimum specified ISO 3766 or BS 866. Fixing of reinforcement. Now, all reinforcement shall be securely and accurately fixed in position shown on drawings to ensure that reinforcement steel framework as a whole shall retain its shape. The framework shall be supported to retain its correct position and in forms during process of placing and consolidating concrete or compaction of concrete, and of all tying wires, ends of all tying wires shall be turned into main body of concrete and not allowed to project towards the surface. No part of reinforcement shall be used to support access ways. No part of reinforcement shall be used to support accessways, working platforms, or for conducting of an electric current. Contractor specific attention is drawn to following general requirements. Lapped joints shall be as indicated on drawings and are in accordance with requirement of EN 1992-1-1 of BS 866. Hook shall be semicircular with a straight length of at least 4 by diameter of 4 mile steel, 4 bar diameter for mile steel and 6 bar diameter for high yield steel. 4 diameter for 4 bar diameter for mild steel and 6 bar diameter for high steel. This is hook. Now welding. Welding is important material, like understand that. Let me just give a slip again so that people know what I am talking of. In between, meanwhile, if I'm lost, don't think that I lost, because sometime I remember what I did on some sites and want to give some example of that. I want to quote my experience. So I have to recall that period when I was on facility sites or building sites. Now, let us say, welding shall not be used, first of all, welding shall not be used unless authorized by engineer. We don't want welding until it is approved by engineer, and recommended by reinforcement manufacturers. Manufacturer, that is reinforcement manufacturer, has to recommend that. So it's a process then. It's not easy to weld even. Where welding is approved, it shall be executed under controlled conditions in a factory or workshop. Under controlled conditions. Now, welding shall not happen or take place on site without approval of engineer and unless contract placement contract unless so it says that welding cannot be done by contractor. Welding shall not take place on site without approval of engineer and unless suitable safeguards and shall not either back provisions. Now welding shall not take place until without approval of engineer and unless suitable safeguards and techniques are employed and types of steel employed have required welding properties. Welding, if approved, may be used for I think winter is better for recording rather than this month. I am using 2 fans, even then I can't use AC. So I'm saying here is, it says fixing, welding if approved may be used for fixing crossings or lapping. Fixing crossings or lapping reinforcement in position. Crossing, lapping, this is lapping, overlap, and this is crossing, overlapping reinforcement in position. Fixing bars to other steel members. Structural welds involving transfer of loads between reinforcement or between bars and other steel members. Now, length of run deposited in a single bar shall not length of run deposited in a single pass shall not exceed 5 times bar diameter. That's point here. 5 times bar diameter. Length of run deposited of a single pass shall not exceed 5 times bar diameter. If longer weld run is required, weld shall be divided into sections and sections with a space between runs made not less than 5 times bar diameter. Hmm. Weld shall be divided into sections with with space between runs made not less than 5 times of bar diameter. Let me check my battery status. Full charge 100. So well, I'll keep as it is. I can't stop it now. I'll wait for some time and stop it because it's not very good lighting here now. No. Now, and the point is, but now if a weld, if the longer weld is required, that weld shall be divided into sections with space between runs made not less than 5 times of bar diameter. Butt welds. This is butt weld. Bar and bar. This is butt weld and this is overlap. So butt weld shall be formed by flash butt. Butt weld shall be formed by flash butt welding or metal arc welding. Other methods may be approved subject to their satisfactory performance in trial joints. Metal arc welding or electrical resistance welding may be used for fixing suitable steels or for lap joints. Now flash butt welding shall be executed with correct combination of flashing, heating, flashing, heating, offsetting and annealing using only machines which automatically control this cycle of operation. Alright, then flash butt welding shall be executed with correct combination of flashing, heating, see this flashing, heating, offsetting and annealing using only machines which automatically controls this cycle or FIDIC. Alright, then metal arc welding shall comply with EN 1011 and recommendations of reinforcement manufacturer. Welded joints shall not be made at bends in reinforcement. Joints in parallel bars of principal reinforcement shall be staggered unless otherwise approved. Distance between staggered joints shall be not less than end anchorage length joints. Now weldable reinforcement where shown on drawings shall conform to ASTM 706 A706. Mechanical splices. Now that's the main point. Mechanical splices, which is a very professional part we are talking. Mechanical splices shall comply with EN 1992-1-1 or BS 866 and shall be used as and where diameter on drawing. So mechanical splices shall comply with EN 1992-1992-11 or BS 8666 and shall be used as and when indicated on drawings. Details of mechanical splices shall be submitted to engineer for approval. Mechanical splices actually replace overlap. If you don't want to use overlap, it's not clearly given in this specification. Problem is when you use overlap in bigger size diameter bars, say 20 mm, 25 mm, 32 mm, these overlaps first of all congest that area, and secondly there is no surety of overlap. So what we do, we do not use overlap as a means of transporting stresses, but we connect both bars, we butt them like this, this is butt, and at this point of butt we use a connector which is called mechanical connector, and that connects two bars on by this mechanical connector, and we test that this comes more than yield stress of steel. It can take more than that, and all these professionals do not tell themselves what they have learned. So this connector is very important from congestion review point. No congestion. This test is done in tensile, and strength is okay, you can continue. So mechanical splices are those. We call them mechanical connectors on higher dia steel bars. Now it says details of mechanical splices shall be submitted to engineer for approval. This is your process. Buildings for splicing of bundled bars. Bundling and splicing of bundled bars shall be in accordance with EN 1992-1-1 or BS 8666. Splicing, except where indicated on drawing or approved shop drawings, will not be permitted without approval of engineer. Splicing. Examination. Contractor shall notify engineer at least 24 hours before commencing fixing of reinforcement in order to facilitate inspection of formwork. These people do not understand. I think their mind is broken. I can't help them. Unnecessary calling is their habit. Well, examine bloody fool, get lost from here. Don't waste my time, okay? You are free, sleep. Contractor shall not notify, again I have to repeat this because of these fools. Contractor shall ensure that areas to receive reinforcements are cleared before fixing. So contractor shall notify engineer at least 25 hours before commencing fixing of reinforcement in order to facilitate inspection of formwork. Contractor shall ensure that areas to receive reinforcement are cleaned before fixing. Electrolytic action. Reinforcement shall not be fixed or placed in contact with non-ferrous metals. That's the point. Reinforcement shall not be fixed or placed in contact with non-ferrous metals. क्या तकलीफ है भाई इसको? Reinforcement shall not be fixed or placed in contact with non-ferrous metals. Cover. Cover, correct concrete cover. Oh, shut up. Correct concrete cover. क्या करूँ मैं इनका यार? ये सारी बीमारी कहाँ से आ रही है? Unnecessary interfering in parts. Cover. Correct cover. Correct concrete cover to reinforcement shall be maintained with aid of approved spacers pieces. Cover shall not be less than given in section 5 part 6. Spacers, chairs and other supports. Spacers, chairs and other supports shall be provided as necessary to maintain reinforcement in its correct position. That is spacers, cover we call them. Chairs means chairs are used to support upper layers of reinforcement and other supports as such. So spacers, chairs and other supports shall be provided as necessary to maintain reinforcement in its correct position. If a member where nominal cover is dimensioned, if a member, this is charged fully 100%, I should put this off, I think, yeah. Say, if I put it off, there will be less light on this. Difficult for me to do it. Let me try. Let's see. If I can discontinue battery, it's very hot. So, excessive use of battery is not in interest of this laptop. So, cover shall not be less than given in section 5 part 6. Now spacers, yes, I told, if a member where nominal cover is dimensioned to lengths, if a member where nominal cover is dimensioned to lengths, spacers between lengths and formwork shall be same dimension as nominal cover. Spacers bars shall be of same diameter as longitudinal bars, but not less than 25 mm in diameter, and shall be fixed between two layers at 1.5 meter centers, except where bundled bars are detailed. What does it mean? Spacer bars shall be of same diameter as longitudinal bars. Spacers bar means in place of covers, in between two bars we are adding spacer bars. Okay, spacer bars, right? That's okay. Spacer bars shall be of same diameter as longitudinal bars, but not less than 25 mm in diameter. Now, there's many layers of bars sometimes in beams on slabs, so middle layers are to be supported by spacer bars, neither by chair nor by covers. It's called that spacer bars. That should be not be less than 25 mm in diameter, and shall be fixed between two layers at 1.5 meter centers. Spacer bars actually, it's maybe you people can't immediately get what it is. It's different. If you take now, I will later on explain to you a problem. Spacer bars shall be of same diameter as the longitudinal bars, but not less than 25 mm in diameter, and shall be fixed between two layers at 1.5 meter centers, except where bundled bars are detailed. Spacers, chairs and other supports shall be made of concrete plastic. Concrete plastic or other materials. Spacers, chairs and other supports shall be made of concrete, plastic or other materials to approval of engineer. Where supports are made of concrete, they shall have at least the same cube strength as of concrete in host members. So there are materials, concrete, plastics or other materials to approval of engineer. Now reinforcement. Reinforcement. Placing of all reinforcement steel bars will be checked by engineer, and in no case is concrete to be placed around any reinforcement steel that has not been approved by engineer. Insertion of bars into removal of bars from concrete, insertion of bars into or removal of bars from concrete already placed will not be permitted. So reinforcement steel temporarily left projecting from concrete at a joint shall not be bent without prior approval of engineers. Forms and linings. Damage to forms and linings shall be avoided. Tanking. Now reinforcement shall not be fixed until completion of placing tanking. Completion of placing tanking is membrane protection. Completion of placing one membrane, that's called tanking here for purpose of tanking protection. Adjustment and cleaning. Adjustment and cleaning. Straight edge, my legs are. Check positions of reinforcement before and during placing concrete. Placing concrete, you have to check position of reinforcement before and during placing concrete. Pay particular attention to position of top reinforcement in cantilever sections. Ensure that reinforcement is clean and free from corrosive pitting, loose rust, loose mill scale, oil and other substances which may adversely affect reinforcement, concrete or bond between two. Now, protect projecting reinforcement from weather where rust, staining or exposed concrete surfaces may occur. At time of concreting, all reinforcement steel shall have been thoroughly cleaned and freed from all mud, oil or any other coating that might destroy or reduce bond. Clean all set or partially set concrete. Clean all set or partially set concrete which may have been deposited thereon during placing of a previous lift of concrete. So you have to clean all set or partially set concrete. All uncoated rust bars shall be again sandblasted and pressure washed. Now immediately before concrete placing, reinforcing steel shall be washed thoroughly with high pressure potable water jets to remove any deposited salts. Protective coatings to reinforcement. Protective coating to reinforcement. This is very important point from engineering view and from quality of steel in concrete. It should be known to every engineer, but I cannot comment otherwise. Now, protective coating to reinforcement. All foregoing clauses of this part apply equally to epoxy coated reinforcing bars. Epoxy coated reinforcing bars, reinforcing steel which are to be coated shall be free from silvers, reinforcing steel which are to be coated shall be free from silvers, scabs, excessive pitting, rust, grease, oil and other surface defects detrimental to proper coating. We are talking of epoxy coating bars. Surface shall be prepared in accordance with ISO 14654. Coating shall be applied to clean surface as long as possible. Coating shall be applied to clean surface as soon as possible after cleaning and before any visible oxidation to surface occurs. Reinforcing steel shall not have surface defects that would be detrimental to coating. Coating material shall be epoxy resin powder as specified in ISO 14654 and ISO 14656 for coating of reinforcing bars and as follows. Epoxy resin powder which do not meet above requirements must be tested by an approved independent testing laboratory and accepted by engineer before use. Only fusion bonded epoxy coating reinforcement shall be accepted, not painted fusion bonded. No other means of epoxy coating will be approved. Patching material shall be patches. You will find patches, so patches material shall be furnished by epoxy coating manufacturers, that is Material to patch shall be furnished by epoxy coating manufacturer, compatible with coating and inert in concrete and suitable for repairs to coated reinforcing parts, to be made by coating applicator and contractor at project site. Fabrication shall be performed before coating except as hereafter specified for bent bars and straight bars less than 7.6 meter long. Fabrication shall be performed before coating except as hereinafter specified for bent bars and straight bars less than 7.6 meter long. Bent reinforcing steel bars shall be coated after bending unless fabricator can show that satisfactory results can erase. Leg fan this is. So bent reinforcing steel bars shall be coated after bending unless fabricator can show that satisfactory results can be obtained by coating before bending. Any whatever visible cracks in coating on outside of bend or damage to coating results in rebonding or coating after bending shall be rejected. Bars less than 7.6 meter long may be sheared or sawn to length after coating, provided a end damage to coating does not extend more than 12 mm back. A cut end is patched before any visible oxidation appears. Flame cutting will not be permitted. Flame cutting will not be permitted. Now, flame cutting will not be permitted. Now, see, epoxy coating shall be checked visually after cure for continuity of coating and shall be free from holes, contamination, cracks and damaged areas. There shall not be more than 2 holidays, pinholes, more demanding factor. So there shall be no more than 2 holidays, pinholes not usually discernible, sorry, and in every 30 mm of proxy coating bar. A holiday, there shall be not be more than two holidays pinholes and visibly discernible in any 300 of epoxy coated parts. Holidays means you can say holidays, pinholes also. A holiday detector shall be used in accordance with manufacturer's instruction to, to check epoxy coating for holidays. A 67.5 volt, a 67.5 volt detectors shall, such as Tinker and Razor model, Tinker and Razor model M1 or its approved equivalent shall be used. Then we say a holiday detector, there shall be no more than two holidays, pinholes and visually discernible in any 300 of epoxy coated bar. A holiday detector shall be used, as I said, Tinker and Razor model M1 of its approved equivalent shall be used, that is for detection. A holiday detector shall be used detector in accordance with manufacturer's instruction to check epoxy coating of holidays. A 67.5 volt detector shall, such as a Tanker and Razor model M1 or its approved equivalent shall be used. Patching of holidays is not required if there are less than 3 holidays per 300 length. Bars having 3 or more holidays per 300 shall be cleaned and recoated or replaced as directed by engineer. Epoxy coating film shall be cured and post-cured to a fully cured condition. A representative proportion of each production for a lot shall be checked by epoxy coating application. And now, sorry, of course, boring, what to do. Still long way to go for the steel specifications. Epoxy coating film shall be cured, so I have already told you. Let me repeat it, it's better. Epoxy coating film shall be cured and post cured to a fully cured ground condition. A representative proportion of each production lot shall be checked by epoxy coating applicators using method most effective for measuring cure to ensure that the entire production lot of epoxy coating is supplied in fully cured condition. Contractor shall repair all coating damaged by fixtures used to handle or support bar in coating process as follows. Contractor shall repair all coating damages by fixtures used to handle or support bars in coating process as follows. Patching shall be done as soon as possible and before visible oxidations occurs. Excessive patching from other causes will not be permitted. Satisfactory correction shall consist of proper adjustment of process and rerunning bars through plant. Okay, all now engineer reserves right, wherever satisfactory correction shall consist of proper adjustment of process and rerunning bars through plant. Engineer reserves right for access to epoxy coating applicators plants to witness epoxy coating process for project work and to obtain specimens from test bars for testing desired. Now, engineer reserves right for access to epoxy coating application plant to witness epoxy coating process for project work and to obtain specimen from test bars and bar for any testing desired. Fitting shears, tie wires, and other devices used in connecting, supporting, securing, or fastening epoxy coated reinforcement steel shall be made of or coated with dielectric materials. Before reinforcement is lowered into place and before placement of concrete bars, coated bars shall be inspected by engineer for damage to epoxy coating. Now, sheared ends of bars and other areas required limited repair due to scars and minor defects shall be repaired using specified patching or repair material. Now, handling of epoxy coated reinforcement. Handling of epoxy coated reinforcement, and I think time is 5:52. So this is also, I want to complete the handling this epoxy coating. Well, this is very important activity and this can only solve problem in our country to save rusting problem of steel. This is the only way we can protect the steel from corrosion due to rusting. And handling of epoxy coated reinforcement. Reinforcement steel bars shall be handled and stored in a manner to prevent damage to bars. Okay, and just to prevent damage to bars or where used epoxy coating. Bars or where used epoxy coating damaged in handling or other operations shall be satisfactorily repaired at no additional cost to employer. Where epoxy coated bars are used All handling systems shall have plastic, mandrel, and padded contact areas wherever possible. Where epoxy coated bars are used, all bundling bars shall be padded. Where epoxy coated bars are used in handling systems, shall have plastic mandrels and padded contact areas wherever possible. Now, see, very small points are there, but very important point. Where epoxy coated bars are used at handling system, shall have plastic mandrel and padded contact areas wherever possible. Where epoxy coated bars are used, all bundling bands shall be padded. All bundles shall be lifted with a strong back, multiple supports or a platform bridge so as to prevent bars to bar abrasion from sags in bars. Bars or bundles shall not be dropped or dragged. During vibration, care shall be taken to ensure that epoxy coated reinforcement is not damaged by brick. So all bundle bars shall be lifted with a strong back multiplier, multiple support or a platform bridge as so as to prevent bars to bar abrasion from sags in bar bundle. Bars or bundles shall not be dropped or damaged. Okay, and then says bars or bundles shall not be dropped or dragged. I said again, during vibration, so care shall be taken to ensure that epoxy coated reinforcement is not bent, damaged, or so much so is available in these specs, I am surprised. Bars or bundles shall not be dropped or dragged. during vibration, but they throw steel like anything. You see, that's no quality at all. I've seen these bars being thrown like anything from sides as it is nothing. During vibration, care shall be taken to ensure that epoxy coated reinforcement is not damaged by pokers. Alright, come on. Testing of epoxy coated reinforcement. Now, one precaution was there, which I again say during a vibration, care shall be taken that you can ensure that, or else, really such a boring subject, but very important subject. I cannot say how important it is. You cannot imagine how important it is. And our engineers and our contractors are far from this knowledge. They want real quality without having knowledge of quality. What should do? So it's very boring, but very experiencing. Epoxy coated testing of epoxy coated reinforcement. Testing of epoxy coated reinforcement. Okay, this water is keep it aside. Adhesion and flexibility of epoxy coating. Adhesion means when two materials stick together. That's what adhesion. Adhesion and flexibility of epoxy coating shall be evaluated on test bars coated with each each production lot. At least 1% of length of 6 meter, whichever is less, 1% length or 6 meter, whichever is less, of each size of bar to be coated shall be furnished as test bar. A test bar may maybe in 1 meter length or multiple lengths as required to have one test bar of each size with each production lot. Production epoxy coated test bars shall be evaluated on bending 120 degrees after rebound around a mandrel of a diameter corresponding to size of bar indicated in table 11.1. Table 11.1, what it says: mandrel diameter of bar, diameter for evaluation testing of epoxy coated test bar. This is title of table 1, 11.1. One is bar diameter, other one is diameter of mandrel, which it says is from 10 to 36 mm diameters, 10, 12, 13, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 25, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36. So these are diameters. Now what says diameter of mandrel according to this table should be how much? Let us say 10 millimeter diameter, 79 mm, 12 mm diameter, 95, 13 mm diameter, 103 mm. This is the size of mandrel, and 14 mm diameter is 111 millimeter mandrel. 16 mm diameter is 127 mm mandrel. Then 14 is 111, 16 is 127, 18 is 143, 20 is 159, 22 is 175 mm, and 24 mandrel is 191 mm, 25 mandrel is 198 mm, 26 is 206 mandrel and 26 mandrel, and 28 is 222 millimeter mandrel. Then 28 is 222, 30 is 238, 32 is 254, and 34 is 270, 36 is 286. Meanwhile, I'm just trying to see about this. So these are mandrels diameter. Move up. Now bands shall be made at a uniform rate and may take up to 1 minute to complete. Band test shall be conducted at a room temperature of between 20 degrees and 30 degrees. Now it's all 40. So it's the point here, band shall be made at uniform rate and may take up to 1 minute to complete. Band test shall be conducted at a room temperature between 20 and 30 degrees after specimen has been exposed to room temperature for a sufficient time to ensure that it has reached thermal equilibrium. This means band test shall be conducted at a room temperature between 20 and 30, and after specimen has been exposed to room temperature for a sufficient time to ensure that it has reached thermal equilibrium. Now, no cracking of epoxy coating shall be visible No cracking, no cracking of epoxy coating shall be visible to naked eyes on outside, which is outside research, no, again evidence. This is the end of this part. Now we'll go to joints. It is 6 o'clock. I'll continue on this joints. Let us see how it works. Joints means general. It is scope, references, submittals, quality assurance, definition. Then it's construction joints, movement joints, slip bearings, water stops. So let us read one by one. It's better. And 1 hour 16 minutes. Let's say okay. I'm just joints in concrete are very important point, very important element of concrete because it's everywhere in concrete. Joints, that is general scope, references, submittals, quality assurance, definitions, and then construction joints, the general construction joints in water retaining structures, and movement joints, that is general, joint fillers, joint sealers, slip bearings, and general. And water stops, general, water stops. Let's see, I can say water stops, or let's say my shot is also annoying me. Maybe I'm wrong. Can't put it in place. So, water stops, general water stops, butyl rubber water stop, and water swelling gaskets. Now joints. Scope. What's the scope of joint? Let me tell you again, as they are talking concrete, nothing else. So this is a confusion. It's concrete, just concrete I'm talking, yes, only concrete. When I say concrete, this Qatar concrete specification, this is Qatar concrete specification. This part deals with movement and construction joints, slip bearings, water stops, and associated sealants and filler materials. So joints, this part deals with movement and construction joints, slip bearings and water stops and associated sealants and filler materials. So in this we have general, curing, hot weather conditions and miscellaneous. References: ASTM D1751 standard specification for preformed expansion joint filler for concrete paving and structural construction, non-extruding and resilient bituminous layers types. ASTM D2240 standard test method of rubber profile, rubber property, 0 meter hardness, standard test method of rubber property and 0 meter hardness. Now ASTM D3575 standard test methods for flexible cellular materials made from olefin polymers. And BS903, it is physical testing of rubber, BS903, and BS2571, general purpose flexible PVC compounds for molding and extrusion. Then BS2782, methods of testing plastics. Then BS6093, designs of joints and joining in building construction. Then BS7164, chemical tests for raw and vulcanized rubber. So method of testing plastics, and 6093 BS, design of joints and joining a building construction, joining in. And finally then you can say BS7164, chemical test for raw and vulcanized rubber. BSEN 1992-3, Eurocode 2, design of concrete structures, liquid retaining and containing structures, EN 1992-3. BSEN ISO 7214, cellular plastics and polyethylene method of test. Cellular plastics, polyethylene methods of test. And you can say, let me say, CRD C572, cellular plastics, this is Corps of Engineers, specifications and now ISO 9001, quality managed system requirement, and CRD C572, Corps of Engineers, specifications for polyvinyl rubber stock. So some metals again same thing, some metals, some metals for everything is a must. Hmm. To compare this, it says quality management system requirements, which is very important. The submittals in this are that contractor shall submit for approval by engineer as soon as practicable after acceptance of his tender, and not less than 3 weeks before commencement of concreting. Drawings showing his proposals for position of construction joints, having due regard to any that may be shown on contract drawings. For slide slide bearings and contractors shall provide at least 3 samples of proposed material for slide bearings. Now, for slide bearing, and contractor shall provide at least 3 samples of proposed material together with manufacturer's technical specifications and recommendations. Let me see my battery, so I think it's down. It may rub off. I forgot actually. There's a problem with me. It's 1 hour phone, so I put this on so that I should not lose my battery power and video off. This is a problem. Let me do it myself. Okay. I didn't realize what happened, that battery is off and video is off here. So, what I said, what was that? For slide bearings, the contractor shall provide these 3 samples of proposed material together with manufacturer's technical specification and recommendation in respect of application and performance. For slip joints, this is slide bearings and I'm talking slip joints. Contractor shall provide at least 3 samples of materials proposed together with manufacturer's technical specifications and recommendation in respect of application and performance. For water stops, contractor shall provide at least 3 samples of proposed types, including prefabricated joints and junctions, if applicable. If joints are made up on site, provide worked samples, including samples for each make of water stop, where samples from different manufacturers are provided. Contractor must supply a certificate of compliance for joint sealant. Contractor must supply a certificate of compliance for joint sealant, stating that it meets requirements of specifications. Contractor shall also supply manufacturer's technical and installation data. Manufacturer's technical and installation data for proposed material. Contractor shall provide details of previous installations of product with client name, structure name, type of joint and value of contract. Contractor shall prepare shop drawings that show layout of water stops, spatial and joints. Now quality. It's old quality, yet let's see it says quality. Joint sealant including primers and debonding materials shall be compatible with each other. Joint sealant and including primary and debonding materials shall be compatible with each other and shall be supplied from manufacturers operating ISO 9001 or 9002 quality assurance scheme. Definitions. Now see, 9001, that was quality in 2008, does not exist now. It is 2015. For your information, you will be knowing that. Now definitions. There is construction joint, contraction joint, expansion joint, isolation joint, joint fillers. What are these? Construction joint. Surface where two successive placements of concrete meet. Surfaces where two successive placement of concrete meet, across which it is desirable to develop and maintain bond between two concrete placements, and through which any reinforcement which may be present is not interrupted. That is called construction joint. Very simple, means this is just joints between two concretes. That's all. No expansion here, nothing, just a construction gap. Concrete is continuous. Continuous in next batch or next joint concrete is bonded to this type of, connected to that time. Contraction joint. Formed, sawed, or tooled groove in a concrete structure to create a weakened plane and regulate location of cracking resulting from dimensional change of different parts of structure. So you can say joint, that is, you can say formed or sawed or tooled grooves in a concrete structure to create a weakened plane and regulate then you saw what is a contraction joint. I repeat, form, sawed, tool grooves in a concrete structure to create a weakened plane and regulate location of cracking resulting from dimensional change of different parts of structure. One minute. Expansion joint. Separation between adjoining parts. Separation between adjoining parts of a concrete structure means joint between two structures. A separation between adjoining parts of a concrete structure which is provided to allow small relative movements, and so separation between adjoining parts of a concrete structure which is provided to allow small relative movements such as those caused by thermal changes to Now, joint fillers or isolation joint also both. Isolation joint. You may see my eyes closed, but I was thinking something. A separation between adjoining parts. Separation between adjoining parts, as I said, of a concrete structure provided to isolate and isolate and element and thus allow independent movement. So expansion joint contains isolation joint. So joint fillers, isolation joint is a separation between adjoining joints of a concrete structure provided to isolate an element and thus allow independent movement. Joint fillers, materials that are used to fill space within movement joints. During construction, they may provide support to sealant applied subsequently. An isolation joint, separation between adjoining parts of concrete substructure, provided to isolate an element and thus allow independent movement. Now, it is construction joint. Construction joint. Construction joint, no, 633. Let us finish this set. Let us see. Page 123, 205. Where construction joints are required in slabs or beams designed by direct design method, DDM, they shall be located within middle third of their spans. Middle third of their spans. And at 1/3 to 1/4, 1/3 to 1/4 of span in slabs. So in slabs, 1/3 to 1/4 of span in slabs and beams are subject to maximum spacing of approximately 9 meters, where slabs are supported by beams. Then beams and slabs shall be constructed in one operation. In all cases, vertical stop boards or stop ends, you can say, of a form to be approved by engineer shall be provided by at end of each section of work which is to be concreted in one operation, and concrete shall be thoroughly compacted against these stop boards. Where slabs, beams and walls incorporate construction joints, panels shall generally be constructed. Consequently, where there is not possible so say vertical stop ends we have said. Then where slab, beams and walls, say where slab, beams and walls incorporate construction joints, panels shall generally be constructed. Consequently, where there is not possible to gap, where it is not possible, Where slab beams and walls incorporate construction joints, panels shall generally be constructed consequently. Where there is not possible, where there is not possible to a gap not exceeding 1 meter shall be formed between adjacent panels. This gap shall not be concreted until a minimum interval of 7 days has expired since concretion. Now this is where slab beams and walls incorporate construction joints. This now size of base for reinforced flare. Size of base for reinforced doors, walls and roofs shall be as shown on drawings, but in no event shall they exceed 7.5 meters in either direction and 6 meters when unreinforced or with nominal reinforcement. There are two conditions here. Number one was where slabs, beams and walls incorporate construction joints, panels shall be generally constructed consecutively. Where there is no position to gap between extending 1 meter even, shall be formed between adjacent panels. Now, this gap shall not be consecrated until minimum interval of 7 days has expired since casting of most recent panel. Size of base for reinforced floors size of base for reinforced floors, walls and roofs shall be as shown on drawings, but in no event shall they exceed 7.5 meter in either direction and 6.5 meter, which when unreinforced or with nominal reinforced. Horizontal construction joints in walls will only be permitted when wall is continuous with floor slab. Walls shall be keyed on cast kickers. Walls shall be keyed on cast kickers 150 mm height or on tops of walls, meeting skiffle soffits of suspended matters members. Light off, I think. Why light off? I put off light. No need of light is enough. Okay. Should I start 641? If I stop here, this is construction drawings. This was construction drawings. If I start FIDIC, I think it's better. Let us start FIDIC. Let us see FIDIC. Let us watch yesterday. Also, I am recouping to FIDIC 2017. Red book, FIDIC, take letter about this before it's over. FIDIC 2017, red book, we will talk on this before it closes down. FIDIC, you know that it's a standard international document or form for contracts, and this is very important if we use it properly. And if we don't use it properly, we cannot expect this world of contract to help us. So let us see where I was yesterday on this. Page 225, side. These sub-clauses were finished, and after those sub-clauses, I had to do that. That's not the point. Yeah, it was yesterday. Contact is representative. Well, I don't exactly remember what I know yesterday when I stopped. There's a problem with video. Let us say here, General Provisions Clause 1. Notes on preparation of special provisions. Yes, we were there. I remember. Notes on preparation of tender documents. Okay. So these are general golden principles here. We had talked of them. Notes on preparation of tender documents, and that we did. Then notes on preparation of special provisions, I think we are here. Notes on preparation of special provisions. Let's run by on this. It says that Okay, let's take notes on preparation of tender documents. We'll start from here. This is page 161 of 225. When preparing tender documents and planning tender process. When preparing tender document and planning tender process, employers should rate publication. Okay, that's okay. 2011 itself we did that. So this how to do, how to procure that, it all yesterday. Letter of invitation to that, it's okay, fine. You did that. I don't waste time on that. So it was there. Now follow me. When an employer accepts letter of tender and contractor which comes into full force and effect, includes those complicated skills. Now, following sub-clauses make express reference to matter to be stated in specification and on drawings. However, it may also be necessary under sub-clauses for employer to give specific information in the specification. For example, under sub-clause 7 to now. This may be 1.8 care and study of documents. Let us see what it is. 1.8 care and study supply of documents. 1.13 compliance with laws. 2.1 right of access to site. 2.5 site data and item of reference. 2.6 employer supplied materials and employers equipment. 4.1 contractors general obligations. Contractors documents and training, cooperation, health and safety obligations. And 4.9 quality management and compliance verification system. Transport of goods. And 4.18 protection of environment. 4.19 temporary utilities. 4.20 progress reports. 5.2 nominated subcontractors. 6.1 engagement of staff and labor. 6.6 facilities for staff and labor. 6.7 health and safety of personnel. 6.1 key personnel. And 7.3 inspection and 7.4 testing by contractor and 7.8 royalties. 8.3 program and 9.1 contractors obligations and 10.2 taking over years. Then 7.3 inspection, 7.4 testing by contractor, 7.8 royalties, 8.3 program, 9.1 contractors obligations, 10.2 taking over parts, 11.11 of layers of site. Now, many sub-clauses in this general conditions make reference to data being contained in contract data. Particular conditions, Part A, this data may be provided in tender documents, and these conditions of contract assume that all such data shall be provided by the employer except as expressly noted in example form of contract data included in this publication. Now, what's this? What this we don't want actually. So this is a replacement of general conditions by particular conditions as we discussed yesterday. Instructional tenders may need to specify constraints on completion of contract, data or schedule, and or specify extent of other information which each is. Okay, now it's so we are going to change certain general conditions into particular condition depending upon our requirement, not upon employer's requirement because it is permissible, but it should be a careful that it should not attack other conditions and we should not be solely dependent on those. Now it's notes on preparation of special provisions. That it's very important that employers and all drafters of special provisional work with their professional advisors to review specific terminology. It's very important that employers and all drafters of special provisions work with their now how to do those change of this terminology, we have to understand them. Special provisions work with their professional advisors to review specific terminology in general conditions for compliance and consistency which with accepted practice in legal jurisdiction they are cooperating in. Now example, under a number of legal system, notably in some common law jurisdictions, the term gross negligence has no clear definition and as such is often avoided in legal documents, and under English law term indemnity or indemnity has specific meanings entitling indemnified party to recover certain losses that may not otherwise be recoverable at law. For example, a contractor's indemnity may be construed to permit an employer to recover losses or damages that might have otherwise caused to be considered so. For example, a contractor's indemnity may be construed to permit employer to recover losses or damages that might otherwise be considered indirect or consequential, where there is for some in relation. For example, a contractor indemnity may be construed to permit employer to recover losses or damages that might otherwise be considered indirect or consequential, Whereas for some events which may arise, both parties' losses or damages are intended to be limited by subclause 1.15 limitations of liability to direct damages only. Right, then what to do then? Whereas for some events which may arise, both parties' loss or damage are intended to be limited by subclause 1.15 limitation of liability to direct damage only. Following references and examples show some of such subclauses in descent. So I say now. Furthermore, there may be subclauses are not mentioned below which need be amended. Great care must be taken when amending wordings of subclauses from general clauses, general conditions, or adding new provisions to ensure that balance of obligations and rights of, of parties are not untenable, unintentional compromise. No. It's really the complicated part of Sandbone's law because this is real contract law on which we have to concentrate to make our contract very beautiful one, a reliable one, a professional one. So now clause 1, what it says. Opening words of subclause 1.1 means that definition applied not only to conditions of contract but to all documents of transactions. Okay, says opening words of subclause 1.1 means that the general point I'm talking is that definition that are applied not only to conditions of contract but to all documents of contract. All documents of contract. Psi 7 it is important. Not hot, ordinary one. No, I don't have hot one. So, now what it says, therefore employers should take care particularly when drafting specifications and contractors should take care particularly when drafting documents of tender use to use terms in accordance with those as defined in definitions. Regarding definition of base date under subclause 114, if employer makes significant data information available to tenderers 28 days or less before due date for submission of tender, then it is recommended that employer consider extending that date so that such information is provided before base date for purpose of contract conditions, including subclause 2.5 or site data and items of reference, and subclause 4.12 unforeseeable physical conditions. This unforeseeable physical conditions. Then defined term site. Now defined term site under subclause 174 is used for number of different purposes. It in general conditions, for example, insurance and security, and so it is anticipated that items of equipment, plant, materials and temporary works are to be located or stored in places other than where permanent works are to be executed. So site, as I said, it's a big type. Means under subclause 174. Let me put something at the top so that some machine will stop. In general, site under so what I said there, site under subclause 1174 is used for number of different purposes and in general conditions, for example, insurance and security, and so if it is anticipated that items of equipment, plant, materials and temporary works are to be located or stored in places other than where permanent works are to be executed, it's recommended that consideration be given to specifying such places in contract by employer in specification and or by contractor in tender, so that this becomes also part of site. In general, changes should not be made in definitions as this could have serious consequences on interpretation of documents of contract, particularly conditions of contract. However, there are limited circumstances where it may be desirable to amend some of definitions. For example, 114 basic date could be defined as a particular calendar date. 1142, one particular date, one particular calendar date. So 1142, there is one particular foreign currency may be required, and 1152 different currency may be required to be contract legal currency. So it has 3 points here. Says, however, there are limited circumstances where it may be desirable to amend some of definitions. For example, 114 base date. Right now, also some of defined terms in general conditions may not be appropriate and may needs changing or developing. Now, for example, if extent of site crosses border between two countries, it is recommended that consideration be given to following changes. Example 120. Country means 8, either this state or this state. That depending on location or location to which reference will apply. And is also some of defined terms. For example, if it's a site process the border. Okay. Now example 120 country means either this or that depending on location of which reference will apply. And example 1152 local currency means currency of name of country or insert name of country. Subclause 1182 tests after completion. Now tests after completion. If contract specifies that contractor shall design any part of permanent works okay now tests after completion. If contract specifies that contractors shall design any part or whatever part of permanent works and if after such part has been taken over, employer wishes to carry out tests after completion on that part. Detailed requirements regulating therefore testing. Now, specification should describe tests the employer will carry out to verify that parts designed by contractor fulfills employer's performance requirements, which requirements should also be stated in specification. Here is a trap, if contractor specifies that contractor shall design a part of later Alright, in contract specifies that contractor shall design any part of perform permanent works and if after such part has been taken over, employer wishes to carry out tests after completion on that part. Detailed requirements regarding tests shall be stated in specifications and that details must be complied with and it is according to what's described here. So specification should describe tests for employer will carry out to clarify that part designed by contractor fulfills employer's performance requirement, which requirements should should be also be stated in specifications. Right? Furthermore, it's recommended that consideration be given to including provisions in special provisions that based on those clause 12 in FIDIC's conditions of contract and plant and design build project. Further, it's recommended that considerations be given to including provisions in special provisions as they are based on those clause 12 on FIDIC conditions of contract for plant and design build projects, second edition 2017. It's necessary that it's necessary to introduce a new terminology into text of special provisions. Each term should be carefully and properly defined using a clear subclause numbering shall be okay. No, I have much time left. 3:30. You can move further. It's not big deal. It's necessary to introduce new terminology into text of special provisions each time. Alright then. So new terminology can be introduced into text of special provisions. Each term should be carefully and properly defined using a clear subclause numbering system for new additional defined terms. It's recommended that numbering of new definitions does not interfere with numbering as originally included in general terms. Alright. Now example is safety regulations. That is, safety regulations means employers' safety regulations existing on site which contractor is required to follow. Now in some jurisdictions it may be advisable to add additional definitions to safety regulations. He says that safety regulations means employer safety regulations existing on site which conduct is required to follow. In some jurisdiction, it may be advisable to add additional definitions to clarify certain terms, expressions which appear in general conditions but are not defined. A typical example is gross negligence. Gross negligence, as I said before, means any act or omission of a party, that is, act or omission of a party which is contrary to most elementary rules of diligence, which a conscientious employer, conscientious, spelling is conscientious, conscious hosh wala employer or contractors would have observed in similar circumstances and or which would gross negligence means any act or omission of a party which is contrary to most elementary rules or rules of diligence which a conscious employer or contractor would have observed in similar circumstances and or which show serious reckless disregard for consequences of such an act or omissions. And which shows a serious reckless disregard for consequences of such an act or omission. It involves materially more want of care than more inadvertence or simple negligence. Now, interpretation clause, that is subclause 1 2. Interpretation. In relation to meaning of consent under subparagraph, it should be noted that this does not mean approve. Consent does not mean approve or approval, which under some legal jurisdictions may be interpreted as a card accepted or acceptance that requested matter is wholly satisfactory, following which requesting party may no longer have any responsibility of liability thereof. So interpretation is very important here. Relation to meaning of consent under subparagraph, it should be noted that this doesn't mean approval, as we said before. It means in legal jurisdiction, it could be, maybe interpreted as acceptance that requested matter is wholly satisfactory, following which after that, notices and other communications. If notices are only to be given in paper format by post, then consideration may be given to increasing particular time scales for notices. in conditions of contract to allow extra days for notice to be delivered to recipient. Now, priority of documents, subclass 1, priority of documents, that's important also. Priority of documents. An order of precedence is usually necessary in case a conflict is subsequently found between documents of contract. Now, there may be many documents, many documents we discussed before, so there can be clashes among them. That's what said. If specification is to compromise, if specification is to comprise a number of documents, a specification is to comprise a number of documents. This happens. It may be useful to amend subparagraph G of this subclass 1.5 by adding an order of precedence between documents of specifications. Order of precedence. If no order of precedence of documents of contract is to be prescribed, this subclass may be varied. Now we delete subclass 1.5 and something. Okay, we move further then. It says precedence of documents. We have to say documents following contract are to be taken as mutually explanatory. That's very important. Documents following contracts are to be taken as mutually explanatory of one another. If an ambiguity or discrepancy is found, priority shall be such as may be accorded by governing law. Engineer has authority to issue instruction which he considers necessary to resolve an entirety of data. And issue and any instruction. Engineer has authority to issue any instruction which he considers necessary to resolve ambiguity or discrepancy. Contract agreement. See, these are terms which are, we have to understand with general term. We have to study first. This college comes too fast, too last minute class. Example is that still they are not holding correct answers. Contract agreement. Form of contract agreement should be included in tender documents. As an annex to special provisions, an example form is included at end of this publication, that is sample forms. Now in lengthy tenders, negotiations were necessary. It is recommended that consideration be given to recording in contract agreement, accepted contract amount, base date and commencement date. Entry into a formal contract agreement may be mandatory. Entry into a formal contract agreement may be mandatory under applicable law in such now what agreement says. A lengthy document for necessary. It's recommended that consideration be given to recording of contract agreement, accepted contract amount, base date and other commencement date. Entry into formal contract agreement may be mandatory under law. Then it says accepted contract amount, base date and commencement date. Entry into formal agreement may be mandatory under applicable law in such case. Words unless they agree otherwise should be deleted from next. Unless they agree otherwise doesn't mean anything. If base date and commissioning date you have. Employer's use of contract documents. Employer's use of contractor's document. Now, compliance with laws. Employer's use of contracts document. Additional provisions may be required if all rights to particular items of computer software, example, are to be assigned to employer. These provisions should take accounts of employer's use of contractor's document. Additional provisions may be required if all rights to particular items of computer software for party contractor generous or whatever. Compliance with laws. Compliance with laws. It's very complicated end of this paper document. That's why I'm going to, because we don't have any confusion. We have to follow it by silver book as well. So compliance with laws in respect of subparagraphs and B and C of this subclause. If A in addition to D says in respect of subparagraphs B and C of this subclause, in addition to provisions of subclause 4.8.18, protection of environment, applicable law, queries In respect of paragraphs B and C of this subclass, if in addition to provisions of subclass 418 production of then okay, we will see. It's little confusing, but no problem, we'll solve it, because joint and several liability it is, and also compliance with laws, which is also very, because there can be difference in laws, and we'll see how to handle that. Applicable law requires contractor to apply for and or comply with particular environmental permits and these permits should be stated in the specification together with contract's obligations associated with each permit. Joint and several liabilities. Joint and several liabilities. It's likely that one or more of tenderers will be a joint venture. Detailed requirements for joint venture may need to be specified in addition to those listed in definition. Joint venture undertaking under subclass 147, for example, it may be desirable for each member of joint venture to produce a parent company's guarantee. An example form is included in end of publication. So this is very important. Joint venture, for example, it is desirable each member of joint venture to produce a parent guarantee. An example from this is induced, and we'll see these requirements should be included in instruction to tenders. Normally, normally employers will wish leader of joint venture be appointed at an early stage, providing a single point of contact thereafter. Okay, now let us say employer should scrutinize the JV undertaking carefully and where relevant check if projects financing institutions have to give consent. That's most important. If there is no finance, how can they run? That consent must come. Employer should scrutinize this undertaking carefully and where relevant check if project financing institutions as now limitation of liability. It is required that limitation of each party's liability to other party is to include certain indirect or consequential loss or damage. It's required that limitation of each party liability to other party is to include certain indirect or consequential loss or damage, and it is also to take into account liability which are to be insured under clause 19 insurance, contract data and sub clause office may be varied. So example, in contract data add following example: amount of sum A, amount of sum B, amount of sum C. We add some amount here. Now delete subclause 115 and substitute except as stated in this subclause, neither party shall be liable to other party for loss of use of works, loss of profit, loss of any contract, or for any indirect or consequential loss or damage which may be suffered by other party in connection with contract. Contractor's liability to employer. Contractor's liability to employer under or in connection with contract shall be limited as follows: for failure to comply with subclause A2, time for completion limit shall be maximum amount of delay damages stated in contract data. For loss of profit, loss of contract or loss of use of part of permanent works after taking over under contract caused by one defects attributes to contractor, time limit shall be sum A stated in contract data. Damage to works caused by contractor limit shall be sum B stated in contract data, and damage caused by contractor to employer's property other than works limit shall be 50%, of sum be stated in contract data. Any other whatever else matter attributes to contractor, limit shall be 50% of sum A stated in contract data. For damage caused by contractor to works, limit shall be required value of cover of insurance under subclause 19 to 1 watts. To damage caused by contractor to employer's property other than works, limit shall be required value of cover or insurance under subclause 19 to 4 injury to persons and damage to property. For death or injury to employer's personnel or engineer's personnel by a cause attributable to contractor, limit shall be required value of cover of insurance under subclause 19.2.5 injury to employees. For contractor's indemnity to engineer for third party claims, for contractor's indemnity employer for third party claims under first wait, wait. Yes, here lies for contractor's indemnity to employer for third party claims under first paragraph subclause 17.4. Indemnities by contractor, there shall be no limit. For contractor's indemnity to employees under second paragraph subclause 17.4. Indemnities by contractor. A limit shall be required value of or cover of insurance under subclause 19.203. Liability for breach of professional duty. For all matters other than those described in subparagraphs B to G above and other than those under subclause 17.3, intellectual and industrial property rights limit shall be sum C stated in contract details. Employer's liability to contractor. Employer's liability to contractor under or in connection with contract shall be limited as follows. For loss of profit, loss of contract or other direct loss caused by termination of contract under subclause 15.3 termination for employer's convenience and subclause 16.2 termination by contractor. The limit shall be 20% or accepted contract. For damage caused, for damage unit, how much I think we have to not complete today. It's very complicated one. How much you will see they have to see tomorrow. There's so many clauses here. Employer is there, all of us are there. So we have to go. Engineer is also there. There is a lot left still. So let's say we will repeat from this next time. And so we'll keep at 168. We'll repeat it this time. I think it's better. Rather than blindly running, it takes time. So we'll start. Look, this FIDIC actually is not that easy as people think. It's very professional contract. FIDIC, I'm talking of FIDIC 2017. This we've talked for, this is still ongoing FIDIC 2017 Red Book. And it's not complete yet. The last part is left. This last part is very important from liabilities viewpoint, liabilities of contractor and liabilities of employer. because cost factors in contract, not just we work for what, we work for cost, we must be paid. So these conditions are very complicated internationally. Means we have to fix our liabilities. So that's what this part says. Means if contract is billions, so you will have to be responsible for all those liabilities, which is actually one by one we understand. Means at contract stage of before only we can work on that, and once you sign contract, then there's no way you can solve that problem. You have to pay or suffer. But once you bind at beginning of contract, because everybody wants other one to lose or gain, it's not possible. But if it's possible to keep constraint on both sides, both ends of employer and contractor, it must work in that way. So uh, uh, it's actually and termination, or you can say suspension, termination, liabilities go on increasing, and there are always unforeseen situations, or previously used to call forced measure. Now it is, unexpected events, unwanted events like it's happening now, or COVID-19 is happening, or maybe in future something happens which brings impacts on all parties, both parties. That point must be kept into our minds, because it's like, forcing everything, weaving everything, visionary mind, visionary engineer who want to make money as well as not want to lose money. Contract is not done to lose money. It's just if you don't earn a lot on that, at least you should not lose on that. That's the whole purpose of contracting. And moreover, it's also includes, it's a top class contracting. It's not ordinary contracting. Involves in some cases in designs also, and APC also we will discuss. So we'll take up probably tomorrow, if and try to complete this video. If not tomorrow, next day after tomorrow, and we'll see how to start this APC is called engineering procurement of construction, and then we'll see what to do with this. I'd like to close it now. I today moved very slow because of complications in this country. This condition will not directly hit and must be understood when you talk, because your mind says something and this language says something, so you have to decide something. That position must be handled properly, and that's the reason I was little downgraded in this, because of this also concrete. So this concrete, still a lot is there, and will follow the general conditions. So I'd like to close it today, and I'll say thanks for all that. Thanks, Chaudhary, DH Chaudhary. And then I'm sure it's okay.